Welcome to the stream. Today we're going to be playing Pentiment. It's by Obsidian. Hold on one second. Get actually on the screen. Hold up. This is why I test things before. This is why I should test things beforehand. Why isn't it capturing now? Hold on. Let me go ahead and copy it from here. I can just do. There we go. Okay. All right. I've heard good things about this. Don't really know what to expect, as per usual, but yeah, we'll go ahead and start. Let me get into a more comfortable position. All right. I'll use the stylized fonts. I wonder if this game has voice acting. I don't think it does. What? In principio erat verbum et verbum, or what? Interesting. Up the DPI here. Xbox. Liking the music. These opening credits are really cute. Italy. Testing Bavaria, Holy Roman Empire. An artist sleeps. Artist's time. And the abbot said to me, Andreas, uh, I need you to finish this commission by the end of April. Isn't that much earlier than you were expecting? Yes, he had told me that I had until the Ides of May. Asshole. And he's not going to pay you anymore, is he? He has no appreciation for the cost of your sweat. The yield of labor should not be measured in coin, but in personal satisfaction and self-improvement. Personal satisfaction doesn't put much food on the table, though, does it? How did you reply to the abbot, Andreas? I shrugged and kept working. A good way to avoid conflict in the moment, but you know it would come back around. Who cares? It won't matter. The abbot keep complaining and eventually get it done. The doing of the work is its own virtue, regardless of what the abbot may think. Despite the abbot's ire, you must endure. Soon, you will have finished both the abbot's work as well as your master. And then you will return to Nuremberg, where marriage and your new life as a master will await you. Yes, marriage to someone he has never met. Hardly ideal. Well, the alternative is becoming a philosopher. Oh, Jesus. Then you should definitely... Wait, why can't I click on that? Definitely get married. Is she pretty, at least? Rewrites itself. That's what my brother said in his letter, but maybe he's just trying to lift my spirits. It is growing late. The wheel of time stops for no man, Andreas. I fear you must leave us. Ah, true, your majesty. Will you visit us again soon? Well, I can't always dream of this place, your majesty. Of course, if you are not here tomorrow night, I pray you will be someplace as pleasant. Grobian, please see Andreas safely home. Of course, your majesty. Until next time, Andreas. Until next time, your majesty. Pay no mind to the other fools, Andreas. I never do. I would feel, at least I would if they'd stop stepping my foot. Watch where you're going. They're fools, Andreas. No point in trying to teach them anything. I know old John wants you to endure the abbot shit, but since I take you home, I get the last word. Don't let him run you ragged, boy. It'll be fine. I don't want to cause any trouble. That's no way to think about it. You need to stand up for yourself. Would you please stop? I give up. Take me home, Grobian. As you wish, Andreas. Good morning, Ursula. Ooh. Maybe I should have picked the readable fonts. Get up. The Baron, April 1518. The Picatrix, Key of Solomon, the Heptapimon, Friar Ferenc. Wait, what? Friar Ferenc keeps giving me all of these books to read. What? What is this? More pages. Another day, another few pages for the abbot, and hopefully a few for myself. I need to get across town and head up to the abbey so I can start work at the scriptorium. Should really clean this up. No, I don't want to go to bed yet. I can do with interesting. Okay. Gotta go to the scriptorium. Friar Ferenc of Hex? Originally from Hungary, Ferenc is the prior of Hirsau Abbey and is responsible for running the scriptorium, known for his interest in esoteric books. Brother Piero of Verona, artist of Hirsau Abbey, known for his kindness and helpful nature. Brother Piero is also respected as a master painter, specializing in works of extraordinary color. Where'd my mouse? Where'd my mouse? What does Ursula have to say? Enter. Good morning, Andreas. Did you sleep well? Quite well, actually, thank you. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. Anyway, I know you'll be off to the Abbey, so I packed you some food. Almonds, cheese, and some of the rye you like from the Albans. Otto wanted me to thank you and ask you to join me for dinner at the Abbey. Otto. Otto stopped by? Who was Otto? Yes, around dawn. Here you are, Andreas. Should I say Andreas or Andreas? That's too kind of you, Clara. Many thanks. Master Andreas, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, could we... Would it be too much trouble if you paid next month's rent today? And if we raised it by 2 groschen? Groschen, a type of thick silver coin minted throughout the Holy Roman Empire. Groschen are typically worth 12 pfennigs, but it may be minted at different value. I hate to ask, but we're behind on our taxes to the Abbey. 2 months behind. Peter's losing his hair over it, even more than usual. Peter. That guy. Can I do this? Why am I allowed to do that? This guy's... Not sure how to respond to this. Rent wasn't due until the beginning of May. Oh. Wow. Okay. So I completely now get the comparisons to Disco. You must take into the account. You must take the consequences of an action into account. You are under no obligation to pay, but the Gertners will suffer for it. I want to help them, but I don't want to be taken advantage of. Can't promise anything, but I'll see what I can do. Of course, I understand. I hate to even ask it of you. Our taxes get harder to pay every year. Peter works hard, but it just never seems like it's enough. St. Luke bless you for helping out. Christian evangelist and patron saint of artists and physicians, often represented by a winged bull. Huh. If there's, like, somewhere I can get all this again. Speaking of St. Luke, how is your masterpiece coming along? It's been 2 months now. Slowly, I'm afraid. Most of my days are spent doing work for the Abbey. It's only during the divine office that Prior Ferenc allows me to work on my master. Divine office. The prayer times observed by all Christian monastic orders. Monks and nuns pray together 7 times a day and once at night, as dictated by the rule of Saint Benedict. A reasonable restriction, but slow going. City Council doesn't require it to become a master. I'm making it mostly to show clients, and for my own sake. Yes, when I do finish, I will go back to Nuremberg, where I will open a workshop of my own. Nuremberg, free imperial city of the Holy Roman Empire, major trade center, and city of arts, including print. From Nuremberg to university, and now traveling the world as an artist. What a life you have ahead of you, Master Ed. Yes, I suppose it does feel like I'm starting a new chapter in my life after. I'm wondering. It must be rather frightening, starting all over again. Family angle. I owe it to my family to make something of my life. It's only remembered. They helped me even after I dropped out of university. I can't let them down. I'm sure you make your family proud, Andreas. Anyways, I don't know anything about art, but I've seen you sketching such beautiful things in your little book. Your masterpiece must be wonderful. It is. It is my finest work. Good. It makes me glad to see some confidence in the men around here sometime. Now, I have to get back to my own work. Have a good day at the Abbey. Andreas, we'll see you after Vespers for supper. Vespers, monastic hour at dusk. One of the major prayer hours. It is followed by supper. You know, I need to get my roommate in here. He at this game. Not tonight, but thank you. Klaus Drucker invited me over for supper. Who's Klaus? Shit, I need to click on the word. Of course, please say hello to the Druckers for us. Of course. Until later, Clara. Talk to Eva. Hello, Andreas. Oatner Farm. Chris? Chicken. Ill Peter. God bless you. Chris? Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, Andres. This weather's been god-awful. This town's gone to shit since my days. Why are they writing in God like that? Were things very different when you were young? As different as beer and piss. The old abbot didn't bother us much about our customs. He didn't mind if we left a little offering to Percha to keep the skies clean, the weather fair. Pagan goddess of the Alps, associated with animals and spinning wool. She is still invoked by some Christians in Austria, Switzerland, Bavaria, and Swabia. Swabia. I learned geography. Matthias knew that Christ was in our hearts, even if the White Lady's name was on our lips. Sort of old customs. The kind that scare away witches and keep spirits from calling storm clouds over our farms. The saints weren't the first to watch over Tassing. My father knew that. Old Rannig Kemper knew that. Rannig Kemper, the late husband of Attila. That bastard abbot may not like it, but some of us keep the traditions alive. What are these traditions about? When you get up in the night to take a piss, go around the right side of the house and never go back the same way. That way the witches don't steal your soul. I should go. Oh, how interesting. I should go. All right. God bless you. That's really weird how they delay the writing of God and Christ. And not go that way because sheep are blocking it. Morning, Andres. Morning, Big Yog. How's it going? You working today? Just taking a rest for a bit. Dad's still in the field. Big rock with the plow, and it took me Lord knows how long to pull it out. You off to the Abbey? Every day but Sunday. Right. Thank God for Sundays. We may actually get that. Right. Thank God for Sundays. Smells like a storm's coming, no? Smells like fresh alpine air to me. You've been traveling too much. Where was it you spent your wander job before you came to Tassing? Wander jar. Wandering years, during which a journeyman artist or craftsman travels far and wide to improve their skill. That's like a sabbatical or something. Background. Italy. Should I do Italy? Basel. Andreas knows some Italian and French and can reference cultural touchstones from Basel, nearby Bern, Zurich, and Freiburg. Andreas knows some Dutch and French and can reference cultural touchstones from Antwerp, Bruges, and Ghent. Andreas knows Italian, a little Greek, and can reference cultural touchstones from Florence, Venice, and Milan. I think I'm going to go with Basel. Over in Switzerland. Basel, mostly. How it rewrites everything. That's so good. Swiss air must be different then. Spend enough time in these mountains, and you'll be able to smell a storm coming. How long will that take? 10, 15 years? Don't think I have that long, Big Yog. What'd you spend all that time in Switzerland doing anyway? Other than art, I mean. Ooh. Andreas, being a hedonist, Andreas seeks out pleasure wherever he goes. He is extremely social and quite experienced in all of the enjoyable vices of the world. Craftsmen would make Andreas live to work and dedicate his whole life and time to art. Bookworm. Andreas spends all of his non-working free time finding and reading as many books as he possibly can. Rapscallion. Andreas has a penchant for getting involved in petty schemes, pranks, minor crimes, and fistfights. Businessman. Andreas devotes much of his time to self-promotion, optimizing business expenses, making investments, and balancing his books. Let me ask my friend. I'll screenshot this for him. Okay, he says craft. So I'll that. Come in. Game is good so far. Other than art, nothing. That's what I was there for. So the background, um, well, yeah, that's his craft. An artist. Uh, um, so this guy basically had a dream where his muses were like this guy in a goblin suit, this woman from like a tall tower, and Socrates. Yeah. And they came up in a decision earlier where, you know, the this house that he's living in, um, they're asking him to pay rent early. Um, and it was like, I was given decisions on, like what to say to the landlady there. And, then he had a thought bubble, like, what should I do here? And then he had his inner muses ask him, like he asked his inner muses for advice. I chose what Socrates said. He said, "You must know what the consequence." What? But what he said was, you should realize the consequences of an action. It may burden you now, but think about what it would do to your situation if you do that. So yeah, this game, yeah. There are points. Let me try to get to one. No, all I have is salty water. Like the flavored ones. Other than the liquid death lime, I don't really like flavored seltzer water. Hmm. Let me get to some part here. Other than art, nothing. That's what I was there for. Art is the whole point, Big Yorg. The craft, I don't have any time out. Uh, I don't have time for anything else. Oh, sorry I asked. Anyways, I have to get going. Yorg, let's go. Dad's already acting like I'm taking too long, even though I did all the work to get that rock out. See you later, Andres. See you later. So there are points where, um, if you talk to people, there's like red lines inside the dialogue. So that tells you, um, that brings you to a view here. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, you get to see people here. There's a glossary of terms. I've already got a big one here. Like, Vespers, monastic hours at dusk, uh, Wanderjar. Game takes place in what would be modern day Austria. So Nuremberg. Well, so yeah, let me town con. Actually, wait. Let me see if it's those sheep are still there. Yes, they are. Sheep block the way. Because I can't go that way now. Oh, Andres, good timing. You have a moment to lend me a hand. This period piece. Wonderful. I've got too many irons in the fire. Or rather, shoes. 4 shoes. I miscounted how many I put in. I need a hand, else they'll overheat. I won't be able to work for the metal. Oh shit, minigame time. Take the tongs, put the hot part of the shoe on the anvil, and I'll hit it with the hammer. Good, good. Next one. Oh, where'd my mouse go? Ah, well done. See, short work. Alright. No problem. Pentiment. It's by Obsidian. Thanks for the help, Andres. Don't know what I was thinking doing all those at once. Sure, it'd be nice to have someone to help me out here every day. Have you considered a child? Let's go. I have. None of the boys in the village seem interested. Keep at them. I bet you could get Bert Drucker. Bert Drucker. Boy. Ah. That would have my head if I tried. House. Anyway. Don't want to take up any more of your time. See you and Otto up by the Abbey guest house for our dinner. Till then. Andres Schmidt's smithy. It's so much smaller than the one he uses at the Abbot. Again, more fucking things blocking the way. Martin, please. Can you give me a hand here? What do you want? I'm keeping an eye on them. That looks a lot like standing there not doing nothing. I'm doing nothing. Martin, for Christ's sake, help your cousin. Ah, morning, Andres. Excuse me, one of the fence rails fell and the sheep started hopping it. Ape? Do I offer to help? Perhaps. Helping others also helps us. It allows us to feel useful and take satisfaction in our work. And again, I don't know anything about sheep. I'll probably just get in their way. Excuse me, I'll try to stay out of your way. Thanks. It'll probably take an hour or two to track them down at this rate. Blood sacrament. Damn it, Veronica, what did I say about blasphemy? Sorry, Mom. Oh, look, there's something going on up at the Steiner's place. Who's that on the horse? Looks rich. I don't know, Martin. But Lucky has given him an awful earful. An awful earful. Christ, I haven't seen Lucky that worked up since Peter and Clara's wedding. When Johann pulled his pants down. Man, lots of fingers here. Knocked two of my man's teeth out. You don't want to feel the strength behind a stonemason's anger. You think he's a noble? He looks really rich. God damn it, Martin. Stay out of trouble for once. What, Aunt Hetty? Behave yourself. Don't we have enough to deal with right now? Andres, if you wouldn't mind moving your skinny little body up the road, we need to get the sheep under control. Of course, see you later. Help your aunt and your cousin, alright? Eat shit, Aunt. This will be remembered. Fuck. I'm guessing the sheep will continue to be a problem. Hmm. What? Oh, thank God. Morning, Andreas. How's it going? Morning, Klaus. Another day at the Abbey, another few hours to work on my masterpiece. Good to hear. You still coming by for supper tonight? Marie and Bird would love to see you. That's Marie, and that's Bird. You really need to see these new woodcuts I have for the Italian edition of Till Eulenspiegel. Eulenspiegel. The titular character of a popular 15th century book. Till is a prankster continually exposing the vices and hypocrisy of others. He is also quite skilled at tricking people into smelling, touching, or eating his excrement. I didn't realize Father Thomas let you print books in Italian. Come on, Andres. He's not that strict. I know he's just trying to protect people from... Adventure stories of questionable moral repute. He doesn't mind those so much, actually. Oh? As long as they don't get too carnal. So, supper tonight after Vespers? Of course, thank you. Great. I'll tell Marie and Bert you're coming. See you then. See you later. God bless Master Maller. I hope your week is going well. Uh, Thank you, Father, but I'm running late to the Abbey. It's no problem if you don't have time for me today, but the question is, will you have time for the Lord on Sunday? You understand how important it is for your salvation that you receive Holy Communion, don't you? Stayed up too late on Saturday. I don't want to get into an argument with him about this. Thank God you can't see my work notifications. I'm going with the Socrates run. I like him. A man has many, many duties. Father Thomas should appreciate how hard you work to help the Abbey. Almost everyone in this town works hard, though. Oh, shit. You don't have to make a promise to me, but our salvation is contingent on the horses. Oh my, what a blessed day to receive such an illustrious visitor. Master Mala, this is Laurence, Baron of, Hoth Vogel. Hold on, let me just turn my PC to, turn off notification. How would I do that? Hold on one second. Master Mallow, this is Lorenz, Baron of Kothvogel, a great lord from the countryside near Worms. Worms. Prosperous imperial free city in the western part of the empire, located on the Rhine River. Worms has been the site of many imperial diets, or deities, like deities, like that. Good to see you, Father Thomas. It is nice to be remembered fondly. I only wish all, all, all of your neighbors were as welcoming. Well, yes. What brings you back to our little town? My wife and he are returning from a trip to Venice. We spent a few days in Innsbruck. It was terribly dull. Innsbruck is capital of the Austrian county of Tyrol and major stop on the Imperial Road connecting Italy and Bavaria. It is the closest major city to Curacao and Curacao Abbey and Tassing. Notably, it was also the site of the witch trials in 1485. Venice, one of the most powerful republics on the Italian peninsula, sitting on the northwest coast of the Adriatic Sea, Venice is a major center for commerce and art in southern Europe. I mean, it has a certain charm common to these alpine cities, but the place was crawling with nobles for the emperor's diet. Yet, an imperial diet is it pronounced diet or diet? I'm just gonna say diet. An imperial diet is an assembly of 3 colleges of the imperial states of the Holy Roman Empire. The prince electors, the princes and dukes, the representatives of the imperial cities. They meet to deliberate on matters of importance to the empire. The emperor? He was there. Did you see him? Oh, briefly. But he was sitting for a portrait at the time. Quite lovely. But I didn't want to bother him or the painter. Who is the artist, my lord? I'm sure you know him. An older man from Nuremberg with enough of a reputation to paint the emperor. Albrecht Dürer is a renowned painter and printmaker from Nuremberg. He is revered in Venice as well as across the Holy Roman Empire. Since 1512, he has enjoyed the patronage of Emperor Maximilian I. Albrecht Dürer, well known across the empire and a legend in our mutual hometown. You are also from Nuremberg. Interesting. Anyway, my wife wanted to stay a bit longer in Innsbruck, and I decided to ride ahead to make a visit to Curacao. I heard Father Matthias died shortly after my last visit, of course. A great loss for the Abbey and for all of us. Indeed, by good fortune, I recently came across a copy of the Historia Tassiae, account of the early history of Tassing. Curaçao's previous abbot, Father Matthias, had a copy. Baron Rothvogel brought another to the abbey as a gift. He was reading during my last visit. Father Matthias was hoping to find a second copy to corroborate the contents of the first. But of Curaçao before the Father Gurnet, widely respected by the monks and nuns as well as the people of Tassing, known for his kindness and love of books. contains some fascinating details about the history of this place. I'm afraid they might even cause a bit of scandal. Ah, yes. But I must be off. There will be time enough to discuss Tassing's past later. I commissioned a manuscript from the Abbey through Father Gernot. I have to come check on his progress. Oh, my lord, if you have come to see your manuscript, you should speak with our young Master Mallow here. It is an honor to meet you, my lord. Andreas is a journeyman artist from Nuremberg. For the next few months, he's also helping in with the Abbey's scriptorium. Room for writing, illustrating, and illuminating manuscripts typically associated with monasteries, they have disappeared from almost all abbeys by the 16th century. So basically, that's just where they're like a giant copy room. A Nuremberger artist working on an abbey scriptorium in 1518? Oh, we should talk, Andreas. I must know the story. Well, I'm already late to the abbey, but I suppose it's all right. Of course it is. I'll have a word with the abbot if he makes a fuss. If he still makes a fuss, I'll have a word with the Prince Bishop of Freising, good friend of mine. Freising? Religious and secular ruler of scattered territories in the Holy Roman Empire, including the lands containing Tassing and Hirsau Abbey. Thank you for the introduction, Father Thomas. Come to supper at the Abbey tonight. I'm inviting you to the Abbot's table. Did the Abbot invite me? Oh, don't worry about it, Father. Just show up after Vespers. What is he going to do? Refuse us? Excellent. We will see you then. Hey, Klaus, I'm dismounting. Run ahead of us and take the horses to the Abbey's guest house. I'd like to take my time talking with Master Mallow. I'll meet you there. At once, my lord. So then, a journeyman from Nuremberg. Forgive me for saying so, but you seem a little old. Not yet be a master. Are you unmarried? No, I'm not married, but in truth I came to my vocation later than my father and brothers. I was in university for a number of years at Erfurt. Erfurt is one of the most populous cities in the empire and is located near its heart. It's been home to a respected university since 1379. Center for Humanist Thought. Erfurt! Wonderful. The same university as Martin Luther. Have you read his works? Tremendous mind. Martin Luther, priest and professor of theology at the University of Wittenberg, controversial for his opinions on the church's sale of indulgences of sin, which were recently published and distributed throughout the empire. He says things about the church that should have been said years ago. Might get him into trouble, but he's a brave, brilliant man. Wait, you may have even met him. Did you? You must tell me. Ah, no. He was a few years ahead of me. Still, his ideas do seem fascinating. I agree wholeheartedly. I simply must meet him if I get the chance. I wonder if the good brothers of the Abbey have heard of him. Perhaps they have even read his list of 95 theoses again. I remember these. Theses. A list of propositions against the church's practice of selling indulgences for the remission of sin was written 1517 by Martin Luther. Father Matthias was not above having a lively debate. I hope Father Gurnet does not disappoint in that regard. But enough about Luther for now. Tell me about your university studies. Forgive me, Baron, but did you attend university? You seem very well educated. Ah, my family is merely wealthy enough to have provided me with all of the books and tutors a child could dream of. I love all knowledge, from Aristotle to Cicero to Erasmus and everyone in between and yet to come. So many philosophers. Aristotle, Greek philosopher and student of Plato, renowned as a polymath. He wrote on a wide variety of subjects. His work is extensively cited by current scholars, and even more work is attributed to him than he could have ever written. Erasmus. Erasmus of Rotterdam, a Dutch priest and philosopher who was preeminent among northern humanists. He is known for his works in Latin and Greek, as well as his calls for reform within the church. Cicero, statesman, scholar, lawyer, and renowned orator of the late Roman Republic. He is revered both for his contributions to Latin literature and his skill at rhetoric. Ficino. Marsilio Ficino was a 15th century Italian priest and humanist who was one of the leading figures of the Italian resistance. He is well known for his translations of the works Plato into Latin. I may have misjudged the Baron. It seems he is as well read as any university student. In truth, I am simply happy to speak with another well-educated man. Now then, did you earn your doctorate? In truth, I'm simply... Interesting. No, I didn't. Only a master's degree. I started working towards a doctorate, but I didn't finish. Oh, that's a shame. Well, what was your area of study? Ooh. Interesting. Theology. I'm gonna go with theology. Andreas has a strong knowledge of Catholic theology, biblical knowledge, canon law, heresies, and similar subjects. Theology, as odd as that may seem. Not odd at all. It's a good field of study if you want a position in the church. My late uncle was the abbot of Fulda. I spent many hours reading the manuscripts in the library with his permission. Town built near an old Benedictine abbey near the center of the empire. Fulda's abbots are imperial princes and wield great power. He was a pious enough man, I suppose, but he wielded great power from that abbey. You, if I had any faith, I would have prayed you'd never show your face here again. Curse you, Lorenz Rothvogel. Perched as dogs, tearing you to pieces would be too kind a fate. These rustic communities display a shocking lack of hospitality, don't you think? What was that about? Who knows? By the time I finish guessing, the old crone will probably be dead. Well, what of your early time in university? Every student must study the trivium and quadrivium, yes? Trivium and quadrivium represent the lower and upper divisions of classic liberal arts university education. Latin. Grammar, logic, rhetoric form trivium. Arithmetic, geometry, music, and astronomy form the quadrivium. So I guess those are like some sort of SAT or something. College students, university students here. Did you have a favorite subject? He get his GCSE in Latin? I know what I'm picking. Andreas knows a soul-endangering amount of theoretical and practical knowledge on alchemy, astrology, liturgy, necromancy, and various magical rites and ceremonies. Let's go with the occult. I used my access in to the university's library to pursue more esoteric interests. Oh, esoteric how? Mystical texts, books on alchemy, invoking spirits, divination, purely academic, of course. Of course. I started with Ficino's Corpus Hermeticium, and my interest only deepened from there. Compilation of 17 religious and philosophical treatises encompassing the soteriology of Hermes Trismegistus, or thrice great Hermes. The centuries-old texts reflect Egyptian, Greek, and Jewish traditions and ideas, and were translated into Latin in the late 15th century by Marsilio Ficino and Ludovico Lazzarelli. Quite interesting, Andreas. I'll make some time to speak with you more on this topic during my stay. As you wish, my lord. And your other studies, was there anything else you excelled at? Oh, I can pick another one. I'll go with orator. The art of persuasion, naturally. Rhetoric. Ah, I assume you studied the Greeks and Romans both. Yes, Aristotle and Cicero, of course, but also Christian thinkers like Augustine and Thomas Aquinas. St. Augustine of Hippo was an early Christian philosopher, theologian, and bishop of Hippo Regius. He is recognized as a doctor of the church and is most known for his works, The City of God, and his autobiographical confession, his autobiographic confessions, as well as his development of the doctrine of original sin. Aquinas, an eminently influential philosopher, theologian, and jurist in the tradition of scholasticism. True, we have less use for public discourse than senators did in the Roman Republic. Exactly. The doctors of the church weren't trying to persuade politicians, but to move the mind towards Christian truth. Still, the principles remain in the same. Invent your arguments, then arrange, style, and internalize them before delivering them to your audience. Splendid. Though I suppose an artistic An artist has little use for rhetoric, especially in a place such as this. Not true. Rhetoric is also an art, and like other forms of art, it should be created for the audience purpose. It can be practiced as easily in the streets of a rural town in the Curia of Rome. What was Rome like during this? Though outshone by its northern neighbor Florence, Rome is still the seat of power for the Catholic Church and an impressive center for the arts. Well put. Ah, there's the abbey. I have good memories of this place and of Father Matthias. I was sad to hear of his passing. How did you come to know him? How did you come to know of Kirsau at all? My family have been patrons of Kirsau for, I don't know how many generations. Some years ago, I heard that Kirsau still had a wonderful library and artisan. Professional artists have taken over most manuscript production, so I was shocked to find an active scriptorium here. The artists that remain here are quite talented, if a bit old-fashioned. Well, Kirsau is more than a bit old-fashioned. Some of my friends think I'm mad for commissioning a manuscript from an abbey in this age. But, well, my family have been patrons of Kirsau for generations. It seems wrong to stop here now, while there's still talent. I commissioned a manuscript through Father Gunnar a year ago. I thought I would stop by and check on the progress. Wait, are you the artist working on it? It's a prayer book with 20 illustrations. I know the work, but no, I do not know the artist. I do know the artist well, the venerable brother Piero. That funky looking dude. How venerable? He still has his wits and his skills, if that's what concerns you. Brother Piero has an excellent talent with color. Then I very much look forward to seeing it. Niklaus, tend to the horses and the baggage. I'm heading up to the abbey. Yes, my lord. Well, let's not keep the abbot waiting any longer. Nuns. Nuns. Quite unusual for a Benedictine house to have monks and nuns, even if they are separated. Benedictine, founded in the 6th century, Benedictines are a Christian monastic order that observes vows of obedience, poverty, chastity, and stability under the rule of Saint Benedict of Nursia. The church closed most of them centuries ago. Then Kirsau is a place out of time in more ways than one. You know Mother Cecilia? She seemed to recognize you. We are acquainted, yes. Let's leave it at that. Ah, you must be Father Gernot. I am Lorenz, Baron of... Yes, the Baron of Rothvogel. So wonderful to have you here again. We actually did meet on your last visit. Ah, if you say so, but I'm not good with remembering faces. Please forgive me, my lord, but I wasn't expecting you for another few days. Yes, I know, but I wrote ahead. I just couldn't wait to see my manuscript. I'm sure it's no trouble. We... I... Yes. I mean, no. It's no trouble. Did you want to see it now? Oh, In a moment. I could do with a bit of refreshment, though. May I grab something from the kitchen? Yes, yes, certainly, my lord. I will meet you there. Andreas, I don't know what you were doing with the Baron, but I need you in the scriptorium now. Book of Hours. Type of illuminated manuscript that contains an abbreviated form of the prayers for the divine office in addition to most other religious texts. Most are relatively plain, but wealthy patrons often commission lavish examples with elaborate illustrations. Hmm. I should ask him again when he's in a better mood. Maybe I could just convince Brother Matthew to pay me early. That guy. Find a way to get paid. Leave a few. It always smells so fresh. This door must lead into the rest of the convent, not for me. Bless you, Master Maller. Sister Matilda, how are you doing? Mother Cecilia doesn't like us talking to men unless it's necessary to perform our work. That is her. Ah, forgive me. Sorry to bother you. Thank you, Master Maller. The many-petaled cinquefoil. It grows so easily. Some consider it a weed. Passing is so lucky to have so much woundwort growing naturally. I had to buy it back in Nuremberg. What the fuck am I talking about? Oh no. God bless you, Master Maller. How are things going in the nun's kitchen? I mean no offense, Master Maller, but I cannot speak with men. Ah, my apologies. God bless you. And you as well, sister. Pet Mousefanger. I can pet the cat! Ah! The sisters certainly keep the garden well tended. Sister Gertrude dries and stores all of her herbs here. Gertrude. Gertrude. Painting of Hildegard of Bingen, Mother Cecilia's favorite. Saint Hildegard of Bingen was a Benedictine abbess, visionary, mystic, and prolific writer on a variety of subjects from theology to musical composition. Doors into the convent are locked to outsiders, men at least. going on in the shrine? A reliquary containing the hand of Saint Moritz, which is said to have once held the Holy Lance. Also called the Spear of Destiny or the Lance of I was just thinking. Is this Evangelion? The Lance of Longinus. It is the lance that pierced Jesus' side on the cross. Many legends surround the lance, and several places claim to possess it. Brother Matthew maintains this shrine along with some of the sisters, who paints badges for pilgrims. God bless you, Brother Piero? No, wait, it's Master Mala. I thought you couldn't see, Sister Margaret. During the day, I can see some colors. How did you know it was me? You and Brother Piero smell of the pigments you use. But you're taller, and you have another smell to you, like fish or burned almonds. Also, I'm much more handsome. Oh, that's old linseed oil. Popular among the Italians, but Brother Piero doesn't use it. I'll ask Sister Gertrude about it. How are Sister Gertrude's herbs coming? It's too early to tell. Most of them won't be grown out until May. Still working with herbs suits me. Have a good day, Sister Margaret. God bless you, Master Maller. God bless you, Master Maller. God bless you, Master. How goes your work in the scriptorium? That could be better. Would it make you happier if I told you Agnes Steinion received some saffron yesterday? Really? Where'd you hear that? Sister Matilda saw her at the Albans. Maybe you can convince Prior Faring to get some for your yellows. No. How's Mousefanger? He's around here somewhere. Hopefully getting to the baby rabbits before Sister Matilda does. Till later, Sister Gertrude. Bless you, Andreas. Maybe I'll see you by the shrine of Saint Statia one of these days. One of Tassing's patron saints, Statia was a local pagan who converted to Christianity and miraculously aided Saint Moritz's soldiers with food in the dead of winter. She was martyred for her action. I hear that. They're rats. Garden rabbit. God give you health, Master Maller. Brother Sebat, I'm surprised to see you still here. As am I, but I will be leaving soon, returning to Rome. I and my bishop regret that we could not reciprocate Father Rodolph's generosity. He showed me much kindness to our priests at the Council of Constance many, many years ago. What is the Council of Constance? Meeting of bishops that took place between 1414 and 1418 in the Diocese of Constance, to end the Papal Schism. It was also notable for the condemnation and capture of the Bohemian theologian Jan Hus. Will you remain in Rome? That is up to my bishop, but I will miss these mountains in any case. You should travel to Ethiopia, Master Maller, and see the highlands. God has blessed my home with the wondrous beauty. I would love to, someday. I still need to return to Nuremberg and open my workshop. Yes, someday. Till then, if you are ever in Rome, I may still be around. I would like that. By the way, if you have some time in the next few days, it would be nice to share a meal with you and some of the townsfolk. Townsfolk? I am accustomed to the strange looks, especially in rural places like these, but I have had kind words with the baker and his wife. Ah yes, the Albans, Ulrich and Gret. Erlich and Gret. Wife looks nice. Guy looks. I offered to tell a story to the children and their mothers over a meal someday. Gret seemed excited about the idea, but I would be more comfortable if you were there as well. I can certainly make time. Thank you, Andreas. I look forward to it. God give you health.
Victime Pascali laudes, immolant Christiani, Agnus redemit oves, Christus innocens Patri, reconciliavit peccatores, Mos et vita duello conflixere mirando, dux vitae mortuum.
I could just listen here and listen. I could just sit here and listen to this.
Dic nobis Maria, quin vidis in via, sepulcrum Christi viventis, et gloriam videre
God bless you, Andreas. How was the sacristy today? The same as yesterday? Does my vocation seem silly to you, Master Maller? Absolutely not. Even though I did not complete my theological studies, I understand the importance of the sacrist. Your understanding is appreciated. The treasures of the Abbey remain secure. Thank you for your inquiry. God be with you. One more thing. I have a favor to ask you. Yes, Andreas? I was hoping you could give me my pay for the latest manuscript early. This isn't part of the agreement you made with Father Gernot. You'll be paid on the completion of each additional manuscript you illuminate, not before. I only have a few pages left, Brother Matthew. I'll finish them up in the next few days anyway. Then I think you can wait a few days to collect your wages. This abbey runs through mutual agreements, not haphazard payments. Breaking such contracts would cause undue trouble not only for Curacao, but Tassing as well. The matter is pressing, Brother Matthew. For the love of another Christian, I beg you to make an exception. Very well. Do not ask this of me again, Andreas Maller. There you are. I shall note this with Father Gernot and Prior Fering. Thank you, Brother Matthew. God bless you, Andres. Alright, now that I've got my payment, I can give Clara the rent early. I'll give it her directly to make sure she receives it. Andres, have you seen Brother Rudiger? No. Why? Because he was not at the Lords, and no one has seen him since. Monastic hour at dawn, one of the two major hours it is used for the morning prayer. You think something's happened? I think after you terrified him in the library, he decided it was safer to run. Sorry, I didn't mean to cause him this much distress. Yes, you couldn't have known how sensitive he is. Still, you did threaten him, threaten us. It is no small thing. If he does not return, or if something has happened to him, I will hold you responsible. It'll be alright. You're worried about nothing. I pray you are right. God bless you, Andres. Till later. Old Bailey. What does the dormitory look like? What's this? A Volvel? I've seen these before. Astronomy and medical tracts. What's this one for? 2 wheels. Top wheel has Greek letters and holes cut out to reveal Latin letters underneath. The outer edge of the lower wheel is divided into 4 sections, each bearing an elemental symbol. Greek, Latin, and elemental symbols. It's obvious someone with occult interest in fashion. Quarter turn of the upper disc aligns with the different elemental symbol with the top of the lower disc. And that reveals a different set of letters underneath. I wonder what that's for. A cipher of some sort? I need to investigate more. This has to be connected to something else around here. Let's go into the scriptorium. Good day, Andres. How's your morning, brother guy? It's fine. No more contracts for the abbot. Which would you rather be making, contracts or manuscripts? I honestly don't care, Andres. As long as the abbot is impressed, he could have me write the first chapter of Genesis until Judgment Day. The abbot's opinion mean that much to you? The abbots and the priors, both. You're lucky. When you're done with this, you're going home. I'm never going to see Burgundy again. I need to make the best of the next 40 years. Powerful. Former duchy of Eastern France. That became a province in 1477. Known for its wine, art, monasteries, and the fashion. Then I'll leave you to it. Adok. God bless you, Andreas. How are you feeling today, Brother Adok? Ah, Mill, what? Ah, Mill. That's easy. I am well. Well done, my son. It is early. I will give you a harder one later. I look forward to all of your anagrams, Brother Adic. Literal, literal nut. Literal nut, baby. Literal fucking nut. Ah, yes. Until then. Andreas, God bless you. So good to see you. Good morning, Brother Piero. Good to see you as well. I don't like this weather. My bones ache. It means the storms are coming. Big Your Gertner says that if you live here 10 or 15 years, you can smell storms coming. Brother Adic has been here long enough that we can always smell him coming. Do not forget, Brother Guy, the fate of the youths who jeered the aged prophet Elisha outside of Bethel. Mauled by bears, weren't they? She bears. Are you comparing yourself to a prophet, Brother Adic? I'm comparing you to an impudent youth whom the Lord, in his ineffable wisdom, may choose to strike down. Brother Guy, please show some more respect to Brother Adic. You're being mean-spirited. Stay out of this, Andreas. The old fart can defend himself well enough. I need no defense against the likes of you. God protects his faithful against the Inquisitors. Iniquitous. Iniquitous? Well, everyone seems lively. I suppose that means Prior Frenic is not overseeing us. He was here, but then he heard Lorenz Rothvogel had arrived, and he hurried out like a little mouse. Ferenc is so desperate to ingress the abbot and nobles like Rothvogel. It's pathetic. You feign kindness to Father Abbot and our prior only to speak about them like this behind their backs. It's shameful. Oh no. Baron no. Baron Rothvogel, his manuscript. I just realized that he will want to see his manuscript. How silly of me. Of course that's why he's visiting. Perhaps if you were younger and faster, you wouldn't need to worry about patrons' visits. The true craftsman cares more about quality than simply being fast. With skill comes speed. Sadly, it may elude you forever. If all I had to do was write letters, I'd suppose I'd be fast too. Anyway, what's the problem? The Baron is just one client. He has to wait like anyone else. Andreas, Baron Rothvogel is not like anyone else. He has powerful friends, including the Prince Bishop of Phrasing. Hirsau is already out of favor. Father Abbot does not want to have to deal with more attention. Well, if Prior Ferenc isn't here, I'm going to work on my manuscript until he arrives. Oh, that's right. I need to reference the Indemau manuscript. Prominent family of the Swiss Confederacy and Austria. do you want, Andreas? A book. The Endemau manuscript, the Book of Hours. Your hair looks messy today. Did you get enough sleep? I just get the book. Ah, that's all the way upstairs. Can't you get by without it? Sorry, but I can't. I need to reference it for my work. Really? My feet hurt, and the stairs are so steep. I'm just gonna go ask Illuminata for it. Mr. Illuminata! Andreas needs help finding a book, and I don't know where it is. Andreas? Mr. Illuminata, I'd like to borrow the Endemau manuscript, the Book of Hours. Yes, I overheard. Here, please return it promptly. Good, Piero? Andreas, may I see how your masterpiece is coming? Of course, your opinion is always welcome. Yes, the composition is lovely. There is a joyful spirit in your arrangement of the figures. The contrast of colors is also quite nice, rich and beautiful on their own, but not overpowering the scene. Doesn't feel right. Don't know why. It's an excellent interpretation of someone else's work. That's what clients want. What do you mean? Where are you in this work? What do you want? Didn't know there was room for me in here. It is inescapable. We all put ourselves into our work, whether we realize it or not. What does this painting represent? It's November. In November, we show peasants leading the pigs into the forest to forage on acorns before the slaughter. Andres, the peasants here are no longer allowed to forage acorns in the forest. Many great lords and abbots across the empire have forbidden it, even Father Gernot. What difference does it make? This is the way November is painted. But it is not the way November is. Art is illusion, storytelling. But in their most sublime form, these images illuminate a path to truth. Technique is all that matters to me, perfecting the craft. Can't that be enough? Only you can answer that, Andreas. There was a time that I marveled at my own technique. But there is a reason we monks do not usually identify ourselves in all. It foments pride, vanity. With time, I learned to take simple satisfaction in helping to spread truth to others. But you need not listen to my opinions. They are just the thoughts of one old monk. There is no place for the monastic scriptoria anymore. In truth, this room is a place out of time. Does that make you sad? I admit I am still fond of the old styles of lettering and illumination. But even in my youth, I knew it could not last. The creation of books, of art, it is no longer the province of monasteries. So be it. More people will be able to write, more will be able to read, and doing so be brought to truth. I think there will always be a place for artists like you, Brother Adic. And Brother Guy. It's kind of you to say so, Andreas, but you need not be concerned for me. I have lived a long life, and I'm happy to have served the Lord. When he calls for me, I am ready. Noon. Where's the time gone? It is already... Curse. Monastic hour corresponding to 9 a.m., one of the little hours of prayer. Curse precedes Mass and the chapter meeting. Much talk. I must ask forgiveness for not honoring the rule. The Rule of Saint Benedict of Nursia is a book of instructions for monks living together under the guidance of an abbot. Written in the 6th century, the rule provides the principles for living a monastic life. Until later, Andres. Till later. Oh no. What's this guy doing? What's going on in here? Andreas, what was that noise? Oh, I'm sorry, Sister Illuminata. I knocked a bowl of paint to the floor. But then Prior Faring came in, wrote in one of his books, slammed it closed, then left. He was in such a hurry that I don't think he even noticed me. Slamming books shut? Prior Faring should know better than that. Those manuscripts are quite delicate. He seemed to be in a great hurry. I think he is on edge since Baron Rothvogel arrived early. Which is why books should not be taken out of the library unless necessary for divine reading or work in the scriptorium. Lectio Divina is the thoughtful reading of and meditation on scripture. The practice leads to prayer and contemplation. It is a daily part of life in the Benedictine community. Chronica Clara. The Clear Chronicle. A history of the universe from creation to 1082. Written by the Irish monk Marianus Scotus. Or Marianus Scotus. Are you still mad at me for borrowing the Chronica Clara? No. Anger is not an appropriate response for a nun. But the fact remains that you tricked me into giving you that book for no valid reason. Valid? Is it not valid to want to see the work of one of the great Irish scribes? One who wrote masterworks that even now grace libraries at Cologne, Fulda, and Mainz? Cologne. Large, powerful, free imperial city on the River Rhine. It is a major hub for commerce between Italy and the Netherlands. It is also a popular site for pilgrims, as its cathedral contains the relics of the 3 wise men, represented as crowns on their arms. Fulda, a town built around an old Benedictine abbey near the center of the empire. Fulda's abbots are imperial princes and wield great power. No, it's not. Not unless it pertains to your work or the abbot permits it. Now, if you'll excuse me... Wait. What's all this fuss about Lorenz Rothvogel? Why is Prior Faring so nervous? Lorenz? I didn't know you were familiar enough with the man to use his Christian name. Anyway, I haven't dealt with him personally, but the prior and father abbot have. only know that he's purchased a number of our most valuable manuscripts over the years. He paid enough to help the abbey when we needed it. Like what? What did he buy? I can't remember. You know, I have my own responsibilities too. How about this, Andreas? If you help me recover some missing books, I'll tell you what I know about the Baron. Of course, I'll help in any way I can. Thank you. It's for the good of the Abbey. Where should I begin? Out there, where you and your cohort have carelessly strewn books around the scriptorium. I will tell you what books I'm looking for. Find them and return them to me. The first books are 2 volumes of Aeneid, poetic epic telling the legend of Aeneas, a heroic Trojan who struggles to reconcile his personal desires with his destiny to found Rome. It was written by the 1st century BC, written in the 1st century BC by the Roman poet Virgil. So Aeneid. Reddish covers, 14 inches by 10 inches, 3 inches thick. Oh, I know the ones. They're among Piero's favorites. He keeps them by my desk. They are not his to keep. There's a fair amount of wear on these. I hope you don't. Those columns were old even when Piero started to make the copies. How long ago was that? 3 years. The Aeneid is not one of my favorite stories, but I understand why it appeals to Piero. Aeneas chose his duty to the gods over his lover, Dido. Do you think Aeneas's sense of duty appeals to Piero? We all have our vocations. Brother Piero takes his more seriously than most of the others in this abbey. You clearly take your chosen vocation seriously. Andreas, I didn't have a choice in my vocation. You women do. Is it really that bad? Being a woman that limiting? How would you know? True. She knows her life better than I do. You're right, of course. I appreciate that you understand how limited our roles are and our choices truly are. Even in stories, we are the maidens to be rescued and wed. Cruel seducers of men, or wizened crones. Like Dido, we ordinary women are merely tools in the tales of men. We can never be the protagonists of our own stories. Really? No woman is exempt from that, from the Empress to a nun. It is our lot. I suppose I understand now why you are not fond of the Aeneid. It's fine poetry, then. Now, books, if you please. Thank you. Next, Wretched Gurin. This is a printed copy. Green cover, diamond pattern. Wretched Gurin. An Italian chivalric romance written by Andrea de Barberino. Early 15th century. The titular character rises from impoverished origins to go on heroic adventures and discover his noble parentage. Originally published as a manuscript, it has enjoyed greater success as a printed book. I do not have the size and ledger, but hopefully the description is enough. I know the one you're talking about. Brother Adic was reading it. beauty of this book truly belies its ridiculous content. I'm surprised the Abbey owns a copy. Don't. It belongs to Amadeo Rusco of Lugano. It's a Venetian edition that's quite valuable. He... oh, hold on. Lugano. Highly contested Swiss market town located in the southwest Alps. The Dukes of Como and Milan fought for control over it until it was claimed by the Swiss Confederation in 1513. He loaned it to us 5 years ago. It was subsequently lost, and the abbot has received 3 letters about it. Certainly seen the brothers enjoying it. That book is not appropriate for reading for Benedictine monks. A baby is sold to pirates, raised a servant, and then lives a life of adventure, wooing princesses and fighting in tournaments. Forgot the best part. In the end, Gurin learns he has royal blood, the son of a duke. He reigns as a king and dies a pious hermit. What's not to love? Benedictines shouldn't be dreaming of reconciliation with our Lord. Not lusty adventurers. Or adventures. Redemption will still be waiting for them when they put the book down. Yes, always. But they still must choose redemption. Could we go on sinning so grace will increase? Of course not. Fantasy leads to temptation. Temptation has led to the downfall of many men, women. Sometimes, yes, but books like this, it's all the same type of fantasy, isn't it? Die better than we are born. And what's the problem with that? Why shouldn't a peasant dream of being a king? There is neither Jew nor Greek, neither slave nor free, neither male nor female, for you are all one in Jesus Christ. Christ Jesus. Ooh. Ooh, what should I say? And yet Paul says that women must obey men. Even the Gospels can't free us from the bondage of our place in life. This world is not the same as the world that follows, Andreas. Perhaps if you had continued to study theology, you would have learned that distinction. But the book, Andreas, we must return it. Or would you like the abbot to receive a 4th letter? I hate to see the brothers disappointed, but I understand. It's not my goal to deprive the brothers of their joy, but to return Amadeo Rusco's property. Book. There is only 1 book left, then you will be free from bondage. A dark red cover, 8 inches high, 5 inches across, 2 inches thick. Oh, I remember that. Or what is it? The description should be sufficient. I'll find it. Now that I think about it, Guy has always been guarded about this book. Like he was hiding it. Very good. Bring it here. What is this anyway? Ah, it's in French. The soul that God touched. empty of sin in the first state of grace. Bastard script. Elegant descenders. Why are you asking so many questions? Just give it to me. Why won't you tell me what this book is? Because it's a dangerous book, Andreas Maller. One of the previous abbot tolerated in spite of a papal order to destroy it. 3 French bishops condemned the book. All copies were to be burned. Its author shared the same fate. What? Why? Don't know, Andreas. It isn't my place to question the judgment of one bishop, much less. And before you ask, no, I haven't read it. But I know it contains a dialogue between love and reason. So the book is dangerous. When did the bishops condemn it? "200 years ago." What? Why? Why is it still here? Because Father Matthias loved books. All books. He didn't want to see it destroyed. And he was right to do so. Books shouldn't be destroyed, even if their content is in question. The Holy Church does not share your opinion. It is their law that we must contend with, not your emotions. The Church was wrong. I'm not going to debate this with you, Chris, and Father Matthias is gone. It's not my place to question the former abbot's decision. When Father Gunnet learned it was in our possession, he wanted it destroyed. Must the book be destroyed? No one even knows that it's here. I do. So do Mother Cecilia and Father Gunnet. Well, I refuse to give it to you if all you're going to do is destroy it. What? Why not? What are you going to do with it? I'll read it and become a French heretic. Not sure. I'll hide it and keep it safe. Give me that book or our deal is forfeit. I won't tell you anything about Baron Rothvogel. I propose a compromise. I will take the book from the Abbey. Far away. It'll be gone about the time Father Gunnet asks about it, and if you like, you can say I stole it. I doubt he'll make a fuss about me stealing a book he wanted destroyed. I don't like this, Andreas. It feels wrong in my heart. I swear I'll take it far away. And it's been out here for years. And besides, how could you have stopped me? Yes! Trust you in this, Andreas, against my better judgment. Don't make me regret this. Oh, achievement. Oh. Now then, Baron Rothvogel. Quickly though, I need to finish up here soon. I only have time to answer one question, so I should choose carefully. He mentioned finding a copy of Historia Taciae. He said it had some scandalous details in it. He also mentioned that Father Matthias had a copy and was looking for another to verify of its contents. Do you know anything about the book? I have heard of it, but I've never read it, and I know little about its content. The subject is broad, but I believe the book deals specifically with the Roman occupation. What about that could have upset Father Matthias so much? I can't claim any deep insights into the former abbot's mind. I understood him to be a virtuous and charitable man, sometimes to a fault. It is not always best when an abbot considers himself a friend to his brothers instead of their shepherd. Could something in the book have led Father Matthias to a crisis of virtue? Virtue is only found in crisis. Without it, virtues are little more than ideal. So, perhaps there is merit in that. Well, I must be off to Mass. Thank you again for your help, Andreas. Wait, how will we get to the church if you can't enter the scriptorium? I thought this was the only door in into the library. Now, standing on the oldest part of the abbey, like any old place, it... Day, Andreas. God be with you. Eat. That's the bell for Sext. Brothers will be sitting down for dinner soon. Sext! Monastic hour corresponding to noon, one of the little hours of prayer, followed by dinner. I should see if Otto is still around and still wants to eat with me. I think he's working by the guest house below the abbey. What the hell is in this well? Let me see if that wheel thing is still there. Fire. Oh, that looks fun to use. Also, I could go for a sausage, but it's too full. I had a lot to eat today. What recipes the brothers have for cheese? These cucumbers are growing quickly. I'm sure whatever isn't eaten will be pickled. The house. Mirabilis! Dog! Good doggy. Nope. Go that way. I already forgot where Want me to go? Fuck. Oh, wow. Cool painting. A Dance of Death mural. Father Mateus had it painted a few years before his death. It's beautiful. Dance of Death, an artistic allegory on the constancy of death. Illustrations often feature people from every station of society to communicate that death inevitably claims everyone, from the peasant to the emperor. Lovely. Already psycho me out. Came from chamber pots. Saint Luke, the patron of artists, is also the patron of healers. Most of these medicines were made by Agnes Steinarin, with help from Sister Gertrude. Hmm. 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 Cool. Lower Abbey. Martin. There we go. Good day, Master Maller. Ah, Andreas, good to see you. I trust Clara gave you my message. Afternoon, Andreas. Otto. Clara did give me a message. Sorry I missed you this morning. I was still asleep when you came by. Ah, the abbot really lets you get away with anything, doesn't he? Leave him be, Otto. I'm hungry. Let's pray. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ our Lord. Amen. 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 I've had a bad morning. Barely anything got done, and my neck's aching any. I wish a sore neck was the worst injury I had to worry about. Is your ass sore from sitting too? Be really uptight and grumpy about this. Alright, I get it. Fair point. Just kidding, Andreas. You could cut your finger preparing quills. No, they make Guy do that. Where'd my almonds go? Did I already eat the almonds? I'll eat the cheese first. Good. I don't like that stuck-up prick. Anyways, I saw you walking with that Baron Rothvogel in the meadow on your way up here. What's that all about? He's here to check on a commission. I understand he was friendly with Father Matthias. Was, though Father Matthias had some misgivings about the Baron. It does seem like he has an unsavory side to him. Got that right. He's been known to fool around with young women. He's married, of course. Otto. That's only gossip. And it isn't Christian to spread rumors like that. It's not gossip that he beat up that farmer a few years back. Old Rannig. May he rest in peace. Well, I wasn't there, so I don't know. But if he did that, yes, it speaks poorly of his character. We had a long conversation on our way up here, but he didn't mention anything about that. What did you talk about then? I mean, no offense, but what does a nobleman have in common with an artist? Martin Luther, my time at university, a variety of other things. He's quite well educated. Sure. I imagine you have a lot of time to read when you don't have to worry. Wait, what? You don't have to worry where. That was a great misspelling, by the way. Worry where your next meal is going to come from. This bitterness and envy are not good for our Christian souls, Otto. It's not envy, Endris. No one should get away with what he does, what this abbey does. No offense to you, Andreas. I don't have any problem with the books that the abbey makes. I mean, I never did learn to read, but if people are paying the abbey to make them, it doesn't bother me. The church is supposed to be our shepherd. When they act as our lords, it's hard to see how they're helping us. Otto, did you see that the Bowers' sheep escaped the grazing fields again? No, but I'm not surprised. Martin was supposed to fix the fence, and he probably did a bad job at it. There's Martin. That's Martin. Literally right there. He's always in a foul mood, and he could be the laziest soul in Tassing. He can't even hold a hammer properly. Married and a father at such a young age. He barely lifts a finger for his wife or child. Top of that, he's a damn thief. And before you say it, Endris, that's more than just gossip. Look at him. Over by the guest house. He's probably figuring out what he can steal with the least amount of effort. I admit, he seemed less than helpful when I saw him this morning. I doubt he'll ever amount to much of anything. Speaking of the Bowers sheep, their ewes are shorn, and the women will be spinning it soon. Otto. Got it, Endris. No need to tease. What God wants to happen will happen. Looks like a storm's coming. We should probably get back to it. Right. I'll catch up in a moment, Endris. Oh, Endris. Say hello to Eva for me if you get the chance. Woman. I'll try to remember. I should return to work in the scriptorium. Until later. Gnomes. And go that way to the Abbot house. Martin's still here? Go away, Andreas. Can't you see I'm busy? I thought we could have a pleasant conversation for once. Why would I want that? I got so many better things to do. Only trying to be friendly, Mont. Why? It's good to find connections with the peasantry. It may inspire my art. You could put me into your masterpiece? I could. Why not? Really? I'd be in a book. I'd be important. Maybe you're not so bad after all, Chris. Yeah, put me in there. Now I have to get back to what I was doing. What exactly are you doing? Mind your own business. I mean, sorry, it's nothing. It's been a very busy day. I'm just taking a break, like you. Then I hope you have a pleasant time. Uh, thanks, I guess. Until later. I could do something with these horses. Figures in this shrine to Saint Christopher are quite nice. Saint Christopher. One of the 14 holy helpers, Saint Christopher is invoked as protection against the plague and to safeguard travelers. He is often pictured as a large man with a staff carrying the child Jesus on his back across a swollen river. Irises. Beautiful. Hello there, Master Maller. Hello, Till. Have you ever seen a nicer view? Don't get sights like this in the cities, I expect. I could do without the mud on my shoes, but the aqueduct does make a nice silhouette. Oh yes, the old Roman ruins. Passing is full of them. Quite the marvels they are. I don't pay mind to the writing or them on them, as I can't read Latin myself. But you might enjoy giving them a look. If you do, you'll have to tell me if they match the old legends I read about. Sort of old legends. Well, when Father Matthias was abbot, he would let me borrow books from the abbey's library. I think I read through half of that library before Father Gurnet became an abbot. Wow, I do like how they changed the writing. He and Father Thomas are strict about which books should be read. Now. Okay. Books should glorify God, they say, not discuss the old pagan ways. Still, the accounts of the Romans in Tassing are my favorite. That old book talked about how the Roman knight Gaius Matius, defeated the right to, I think it was. Heavy snowfall had him caught in this very valley. Barbarians on all sides. When Maze sent a wolf to the night. Mars. Not Maze, Mars. Roman god of war. Instead of killing the beast, Gaius followed it to a magical spring with trees covered in all sorts of fruit. Mars provided the wolf, or... That misspelled? No. Mars provided the wolf and spring, and Gaius Matius, or Metellus, founded Passing after defeating the barbarians to honor Mars. That's where this all came from. I'm surprised Kursau has any record of Tassing before St. Moritz arrived. And written in German at that. It might be all fable, but I enjoy the story all the same. Nice to feel you're connected to those who came before you, even if it's only the land you live on. Wise words. I feel the same. It's been good chatting with you, Master Maller, but I'd better get back to work. You let me know if you find any particularly good books that in that library, right? I will. Until later, Till. Shrine to St. Moritz. Statue looks ancient. Couldn't just go to the mill. For these. Snowdrops. One of the only flowers that can bloom this early in spring at this altitude. Yeah, let's go back to the Abbey. Actually, can I go back and for lunch and give the rent back? Here. Yeah, this isn't the way back home. Oh yeah, it is. I knew my way back home. Hello, Andreas. Hello, Clara. I have something for you. Oh? This should be enough to pay my rent and the tax you owe at the Abbey. Andreas, this is far more than your rent payment. We can't accept this. He who sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and he who sows bountifully will also reap bountifully. Oh, Andreas, thank you, but how did you even get so much coin? Are you sure you'll have enough to spare? I convinced Brother Matthew to pay me a bit early. I wanted to be sure I could pay your taxes in time. God bless you 1,000 times, Andreas. You don't know what this means to us. It's probably best not to mention it. Of course, I won't mention it to anyone. Still, thank you. I'll let you move on with your day. God bless you. Till later. Hello, Andreas. What do I have to do? What is there to do? Not much going on around here. Hello, Andreas. Good afternoon, Andreas. So, Otto and Eva, huh? Yes, what about them? How is their courtship developing? Doing fine, you think? I'm not a gossip, Andreas. Do not ask this to pour water on the rumor mill, but for the concern I have for the happiness of my friends. Of course, Andreas. Fancy talk for being nosy. Well, if you ask me, I think Otto's being a bit too slow about it. Oh? He's old enough already not to be smitten like a boy. They both like each other. Seems to me if you found the right person, you should go for it. What I would do. Where is Mistress Schmitten? Schmitten. Yeah. Schmitten, if I may ask. Oh, that's a private matter. You can trust me, Andrus. Aren't we friends? That's what gossipers always say. But we are friends, I can't deny that. I, do hope to find someone to have as at my side as we build a family. God has not given me this blessing. Worry not. It could happen at any moment, Andrew. One hopes so. I must get back to work. Andreas, enough talk. Till later. Where does this lead? Oh, up here. The bakery. I want a pretzel. God bless you, Andreas. Hi! Lucky. Hello, Andreas. Schlau? There you go, kitty! There you go, kitty! And this would be a great cartoon. I'd watch this on HBO Max. Yeah, I better go back to work here. Oh, why is everyone out here? Oh, hello, Andreas. Hello, Carl. You seem much busier than usual today. I'm behind in my work. I went up to the shrine of St. Moritz this morning to pray for his aid. The candle I lit had all but burned away. I was there so long. Now I need to catch up. Uh... If I'm ever in a church that long, I must have fallen asleep. Ah, most days I'd agree with you, but Helen is pregnant now. We can't be too careful. Her mother had trouble in childbirth, so I've been paying visits to Moritz's and Satya's shrine to pray for their aid. You would be better off preparing for the child than praying to the saints. Don't you know the miracles of Saint Moritz, Andreas? He once restored the hand of a monk who was accused as a thief. He can do that. He can help Helena. I hope that the saints hear your prayers. Thank you, Andreas. So do I. God bless you, Andreas. Hello, Brother Matteo. Matthew. What are you doing out here? I thought you were aware that in addition to my role as Kursau's sacrist, I tend to the shrine of St. Moritz. He is the patron of Tassing and Kursau, both, so it is my duty to ensure his reliquary is well cared for. The shrine is always beautifully kept. Whenever I visit, I always leave inspired. The martyrdom of St. Moritz provides inspiration to us all. You are familiar with the life of St. Moritz, are you not? Fortunately, I did not learn about all of the minor saints in university. Though he may not be well known in the church, St. Moritz is both Tassing and Kursau's patron saint. Ought to learn something about him while you're here. By all means. Saint Moritz is most widely known for his martyrdom at the hands of the Romans. He protected a town of Christians from slaughter, and in turn, he and his legion were decimated. What do you mean, his legion? Wouldn't that mean he was a Roman soldier? Yes, he was a Roman citizen, and led a legion made up entirely of Christians into Bavaria. Shit. When he refused to kill the Christians, even though they were traitors to Rome, the emperor had his legion massacred. Most of the pilgrims who visit come knowing only this, if anything, about his life. However, Tassing venerates St. Moritz because he was the one to convert the town and save it from destruction. Yes, I've been hearing about some of the pagan history in town. There are also some in Tassing who still cling to the pagan traditions. Yes, God save them. St. Moritz and his legion were snowed into this pass. Pagan townsfolk refused to aid them. The daughter of the town's leader, Satya, was moved in spirit and snuck from the town to convert. She led Moritz to a spring, and as soon as she was baptized, the snow melted, revealing all manner of fruit. Moritz and his legion were saved by these miraculous gifts. The town was converted, and the rebels fled into the mountains. So how did Moritz's hand end up in Tassing? The Roman soldiers dismembered St. Moritz for fear he would resurrect like Christ. The Christians of the town fled with his body so that it would not be further desecrated, and was preserved here. Ah, I see the mysteries of our saints have overwhelmed your intellect. Many are affected so. God bless you. Until later, brother. Ooh. I better get back to scripting, arting. Bulkbird. Good day, Andreas. Wait a minute, this is a cemetery. The apple trees have only started to bloom. It'll be months before they bear fruit. Whoa! That's a cool grave. A monument to the founder of the abbey. It's fairly recent. The funds were donated by her descendants. Animal pens? Pilgrim badges of St. Moritz. Endris makes these. Old Bailey. Oh. Brother Adic, this work, I don't know where to start. Inconsistent spacing, rough strokes. You're working like you want to see this place closed. Brother Prior, I am not working to the best of my abilities. and I dispute your criticism. I may not be fast, but I still have my talent, praise to be God. And Brother Guy, why are you still on this page? What's wrong with you? Normally you're so reliable. Many apologies, Brother Pryor. I will work harder. Yarrow, I can't believe this. Baron Rothvogel has come to check on his progress, and this is all you have? You should have finished this months ago. Is your mind so corrupted by age that you didn't notice the seasons have changed? Well, you're not the one who will have to answer for it, so why should you care? Typical. Excuse me, Prior Ferenc, but I believe your point is made. Andres, I will remind you that I am a master of the scriptorium and you are a guest here. I agree. Brother Prior, Brother Piero's work is certainly unacceptably slow. You are insufferable, Brother Guy. Oh God, give me patience to endure this. Please, everyone, this is my work, and I accept responsibility for it. Prior Ferenc is right. There he is. Prior Ferenc, is this mine? It must be, yes? It is, my lord. I can explain. No, I don't want excuses. I've come all this way, and I have to be honest. I expected more. It's nowhere near finished, and the style is, well, it's very old-fashioned. I thought I made my desires clear. I feel like my generosity towards Curacao is being taken advantage of. Am I the fool in this sad story? No, of course not, my lord. Never. We can fix this, of course. Of course. We only want to accommodate you. Ah, Andreas. Good to see you again. How did I respond? Yeah, but already seems annoyed. Simply addressing him as my lord would be appropriate. He acknowledges him respectfully without being overly familiar. Father Gurnet, why not have Andreas complete the rest of the illustrations? He's clearly capable. Well, my lord, why not have Brother Guy complete it if speed is your concern? No, I'm not talking about the script. That's fine. But the art, the illustrations. I want Andreas to do the others. Of course. I mean, if Andreas is alright with it. Oh, well, Abbot, I'm trying to finish my masterpiece at the moment. Andreas, you would do well to remember who it is who's making the completion of this masterpiece possible. Well, I will do what I have to do. There we have it. I hope this allays your concerns, my lord. Excellent. By the way, Father Abbot, am I still welcome at your table for supper? Naturally, my lord. Wonderful. I'd like Andreas to join us. My lord, I've already made supper plans with the Drucker family in town. Nonsense. You can eat with them any day. I'm only out here for the evening. Well, Father? Well, that would be quite unusual. Unusual or not, I doubt my good friend, the Prince Bishop, would deny additional guests at his table. What do you think? I understand. Yes, you're right, of course. Andreas may join us for supper. Ojen? I look forward to it. You had this planned. You must have put your book in the Baron this morning when you ambushed him in town. Wait, you must have put your hook in the Baron this morning when you ambushed him in town. Oh, go to hell, Fairy. That's beyond ridiculous. Listen to yourself. Brother Prior, Andreas is not to blame for any of this. I am. Yes, you are. And you've embarrassed me, the abbot, and the abbey. Prior Ferenc is right, of course. No wonder we don't get more. Guy, can you stop flattering the prior for 1 minute? If anyone is the embarrassment here, it's you, Ferenc. Brothers! Brothers! Lost my voice for them. You please, sisters Zena and I would prefer it if you could keep the noise down. Sounds like Samson slaying the Philistines in here. Of course. Get back to work, everyone. Well, that was not wonderful, but there's nothing to be done about it. I'll finish my work here and wash up in the lavatorium for supper at the abbot's table. Vespers! I wonder what Prior Ferenc was doing with this book. From the library of the University of Five Churches. The Hungarians call it Pex. That's where Ferenc is from. Doctor of Theology, George of Gran. Ferenc steal this? Huh. Uh... Hello? What do I do here? Did I crash the game or something? What the fuck? What? The lines... Oh, the lines at the bottom. Shit. Thank you, Cassie. I'm blind. A text with astronomy. It looks like. I'm not familiar with it. You know what? I should probably turn off my blue light filter. Because that's what's doing it in for me. God, my eyes hurt now. Let's do this. I can at least have Parkinson's. Bastard script. Burgundian? Flemish? Not from here and not recently. Fuck. It's definitely Ferrex handwriting between the lines in the margins. Is he notating the text for his personal use? It's thorough commentary. This. It looks scribbled and not like Farron to be sloppy. And he didn't even blot the ink dry. Libra, Capricorn, Aries, all astrological symbols. What's written below? Maybe I should have learned Greek at some point. I can't make any sense of this. Wait. The Volvel I found also has Greek letters on it. They must be connected by. The outer ring of the Volvel is marked with alchemical symbols, but this cipher has astrological symbols. Something I'm missing. I suppose I'll figure it out in due time. But I'll copy this down now to reference later. Ooh. Alright. Wash your damn hands. Andreas, I'm so glad you'll be joining us for supper, though the circumstances are unusual to be sure. I won't be able to speak with you. None of the brothers will, but it will be good to have you with us. That's a shame. I always enjoy our talks. Now, the same doesn't apply to you at the abbot's table. You can talk all you like. Though, I wouldn't recommend it. Father Abbot does not look kindly on idle chatter. I wish you could take my place, Brother Piero. You deserve the honor. Anyways, I'm sorry for how the prior treated you. It's not fair. It's humiliating. Oh, no, my son. There's no need to worry about me or my pride. And we all need a taste of humility. Time to keep our feet on this. No, Andreas, you are my pride. I cannot claim to have taught you much, but I am proud to have known you and your work. And when you leave all of us at Kirsau Abbey behind, you can call upon your friend Lorenz, the Baron Rothvogel, to help you in your career. There's nothing wrong with your style. It's not old because a nobleman says so. Don't trouble yourself over it. Time passes for all of us. Things change. The future will write over the present. You need not fear it, any of it, so long as you remain true to yourself and God. Now, I must hurry to the refectory to join my brothers. I will see you inside. Scrub. Andreas, glad you could join us. Thank you, my lord. Father Gernot, Father Thomas, Prior Ferenc. Simon Peter answered, "You are Messiah, the Son of the living God." Oh, the Gospel of Matthew. Wonderful. Jesus replied, "Blessed are you, Simon, son of Jonah, for this was not revealed to you by flesh and blood, but by my Father in heaven. I tell you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overcome it." Have you read Matthew much, Andreas? Yes, I studied it extensively while I was in university, while I was pursuing my theology doctorate. I will give you the keys to the kingdom of heaven. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you lose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Then he ordered his disciples not to tell anyone that he was the Messiah. Whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven. That reminds me, Father Gurnet. Have you read anything by Martin Luther? I can't say that I... He has some incredible ideas about the church. Brilliant, I think. My lord, is the meal to your liking? I believe I remember you enjoying our quail on your last visit. The quail? My god, Father Abbot, the quail's fine, but don't you think Luther's ideas are worth discussing? Talking about the future of the church, shaking up things in a way I don't think we've seen before. Father Thomas, you see value in his ideas, do you not? My lord, I mean no offense, but I do not. Brother. Matthew, yes? Appropriate. What are your thoughts on Luther's attacks on the church's sale of indulgences? Baron, please do not involve the other brothers in this conversation. Fine, fine. What about Andreas? Certainly a man who attended the same university as Martin Luther can spare some thoughts on his work. This is the hardest decision in the game so far. Really put me in a difficult position. Shit. I'm really struggling here. Because the abbot will be furious with me, that's why. I must respect Father Abbot's wishes at his table, my lord. Me too, Andreas. I expected more of you. Enough! Lord Rothvogel, you are our guest, and held in high esteem, but you have worn out my patience. You will not be discussing Luther's work with Andreas, Thomas, Matthew, or with any other brother. Is that clear? I suppose, Father, it is your abbey, but you're talking too much offense at this, and you're far too afraid to change, or of change. Whether it's from Luther or someone else, reform is coming to the church. You had better accept it. But neither you nor Martin Luther dictate change to the Holy Church on their whim. This talk is beyond insulting. It's blasphemous. Outrageous. How dare you? I see. I have overstepped my bounds, and I suppose I have ruined everyone's supper. My apologies. In spite of this unpleasantness, I will make good on my manuscript payment, and and the donation of my copy of Historia Taciae. You cannot accept what the future will bring. Perhaps it's time for you to come to terms with your past. Well, no need to overstay my welcome, fathers, brothers. Andreas, good night. Thank you, Andreas, for not letting him engage you in this debate. No good would have come of it. Now then, I must ask you to leave so I can speak to the brothers in chapter. Brother Piero, please accompany Andreas out. I'll take my leave as well. Good night. Don't worry about Father Gernot and the Baron. I'm sure it will be all fine by morning. I hope Father Abbot can see that the Baron's heart is in the right place, even if he has picked the wrong time to express himself. Seems unlikely. Maybe so, but we can never lose hope. In any case, I do hope the Baron respects the Abbot's wishes for the rest of his stay, for everyone's sake. Brother Piero, what do you think of Martin Luther's ideas? Ah, that is for younger and wiser men than me to decide. I am just a monk, thank God. Good night, my son. Complete. I should get some sleep. Ugh. There's a lamp still burning in the guest house. Lorenz must still be awake. I wonder how he's doing. What was he thinking? He's a baron, but he couldn't have expected that to go well. The storm doesn't seem to be letting up anytime soon. I should get back to the Gertners. Guest house is locked. Huh? Ah! You alright, Master Maller? I believe that I may have just seen the physical manifestation of a spirit. The ghost? Maybe? It could be a Roman. Maybe even an old pagan. Wouldn't be the first time people have seen ghosts around these parts. Have you ever seen one? Usually around the ruins. Who knows how many restless Romans lie beneath those stones. Well, I think you found Johann's last lost sheep. Well, I think I found Johann's last lost sheep. I'm gonna head home. Take care, Master Maller. I will. Thank you too, Till. Spooky aqueduct ghosts scare me. Oh no. The forest a shortcut? Doubt it, but... Actually, yeah, it is. Ah! No! Pale horse, still on the floor! What the fuck? Hello? Are you alright in there? Monastic hour corresponding to 2 a.m. It is used for the night prayer. The pale horse, death! Sister, listen to my voice. Do you hear me? You hear me? Yes. Yes, Father, I hear you. Am I here? Is this now? Yes, you are with us, and this is now. I apologize, Andreas. I imagine that must have been quite alarming. That sounded like she was having an ecstatic vision. Your knowledge surprises me, Andreas, though the Baron did say you were an educated man. But yes, Sister Amelie is a mystic, gifted with visions when God sees fit to give her one. Some are more frightening than others. What is she doing in there? Does she live in the church? She lives there, yes. I'm a little surprised you haven't noticed her before. If you come to Mass more often, you would see that I give her communion through a window to her cell. Oh, is she an anchoress? She is, yes. Devoted to God, enclosed in the cells next to the church. She is dead to the world, but continues a life of prayer and religious contemplation. And sometimes, ever so rarely, she receives great and terrible visions. Is she local to Tassing, or was she a nun in Curacao? Neither. She came here from Benedictine Abbey in Lower Bavaria after it burned down. Bavaria, a powerful duchy in the southeastern Holy Roman Empire, it is east of Swabia and north of Tyrol. Tassing and Curacao sit in the extreme south of the duchy, near the border with Tyrol. I am her confessor and caretaker. Many anchoresses are not literate. I write down her visions to help interpret them. I thought all of the monks and nuns at Curacao could read, even poor brother Volkbert. Thank you, Father Tom. Thank you, Father Thomas. I must rest now. Poor sister. She seems unhappy. She is not unhappy, but she is in pain, both physical and spiritual. Her spiritual pain comes from her revelations. They come and go. I try to address them as best I can. The physical pain comes from deformity in her spine and aching in her joints. I know of no cure for that, save prayer to the Almighty. Sister Amelie was saying she had a vision of death. Could someone be in danger? Oh no, don't rush to judgment. Her visions are divine and powerful, but they could have many meanings. Some of her revelations take years to comprehend. Some may never be understood at all, as God wills it. Still, the argument at dinner was quite troubling. Perhaps it has cast a shadow over our thoughts. Now then, the good sister appears to have fallen back to sleep. I must prepare for bed myself. Good night, Andreas. Good night, Father. Someone's gonna die! I'm gonna go exploring more for bed. More ruins? I wonder if they're from the old Roman colony. Old house. Passing is lucky to have so much wine. Pet the kitty. Ooh. Love the way they draw boars here. These figures look like they were carved by someone without formal training. So, a child? Something like that? Johan's family keeps beehives for the honey and wax. Guess there's nothing I can do but go to bed. Sleepy time. Time to get back to Worm. Alright, Ursula. Morning. Do you need any help with Ursula? No, a little crying won't hurt her. Besides, I think we've gotten almost all the leaks now. Ursula's my first child, and she's been a handful, but I think I have the hang. Big Jorg has been a godsend. He helped Christine with Eva when she was a baby. I never took you for a family man, Andreas. I have two older brothers, both married, so there are plenty of nieces and nephews for me to play uncle to. I appreciate the offer. You'll make for a fine husband someday, Andreas. When will this storm let up? It's been going on all morning. Peter and York are outside, trying to deal with the flooding as best they can. Oh my, is the farm in danger? There's always a danger with this much rain, but we've lived through much worse. Whatever happens, it will be as God wills it. We must have faith in Providence and endure what is to come. Oh, I have some food for you. Here. Sorry, I couldn't prepare anything more. I'm not gonna test the waters. Thank you. Otto wanted to tell me to say Otto wanted me to say hello, by the way. Oh, he did? Good, thank you. Have a good day at the Abbey, Andreas. Try to stay dry. Thanks. You too, good luck. You go to Ursula. Aw. Chris? Oh, fuck. Oh, I didn't see that the wall was broken. Is that from the flood? It is. It must have broken in the night. Some of our sheep escaped. We'll have to track them down later. This is the way it always is. Rain falls on the Abbey and rolls downhill to us little people. Well, it's hard to blame the Abbey for that. That's just how rain works. There's a reason we're down here and they're up there, Andreas. Anyways, I have to get back to this. See you later. Rain. On your wedding day. Free ride. And you're already late. Like 10,000 spoons. Like meeting the man of your dreams and then meeting his cigarette wife. I wonder what's going on in the mill. Oh my god, it's a greyhound! Holy shit! Oh my fucking god, greyhound! Glass windows, probably made in the lower countries. Curious mill. The wind turns the sails and that powers the grinding stone. Huh. Child's drawings. I wonder who the artist is. Lapse. This must have allowed access to the aqueduct. Hello, Master Maller. Martin? Hey, Martin. Eat shit, Andreas. Achoo! I should get to the scriptorium. Gurnet will give me an earful if I'm late again. Did he just sneeze on me? How's Miklos doing? God be with you, Andreas. God with us? Look at this rain. The weather is unfortunate, but the Baron's wife, Lady Salamia, will be arriving today. Woman. My lord intends to depart as soon as she arrives. How long have they been married? 7 years now. She's a fine woman, true lady. I was hoping to bid farewell to the Baron before he leaves. I'm sure he would appreciate that. He spoke highly of you before he went to bed. He was disappointed that you didn't debate him at supper, but he understands that you didn't want to anger the abbot. Part of the art of rhetoric is understanding the right form in which to persuade someone. That was not the right form for the abbot. My lord has always wanted to discuss things when the mood hits him. He is often alone in feeling it, unfortunately. Is there any chance I could redeem myself in the Baron's eyes? Perhaps not on this occasion. I believe you may have offended the Baron in some other way as well. Some way? Or some ways. I would not fret too much about it, Master Mahler. He is a forgiving man. Where has your master gone, then? He went for a walk early in the morning. He didn't say when he'd be back. Seems odd, given the weather. Not odd for him. My lord enjoys hiking in all sorts of weather. A little rain never bothered him. I can sympathize. We Swabians enjoy a good walk through our nature, even in such conditions. Baron seems to be quite an unusual man in many ways. It may be so. I only know him as my lord for these last 7 years. That reminds me, did you see a short, surly-looking young man in a hat on your way up this morning? What? That can only be Martin Bauer. He ran past me in the meadows as I was walking up the hill. He was in quite a hurry. That would explain my lord's missing rings. Ooh. What rings are these? One gold, one silver, a handful of golden, and a book the Baron was planning to give to the Oh. Golden. Gold coins used as currency throughout the Holy Roman Empire. Though different standards exist for the golden in different regions, it is generally equivalent to the Florentine florin. A book? Historia Taciae? I believe so, yes. I went to pack the Baron's things and they were missing. If the boy's a known thief, it wouldn't surprise me if he's responsible for the missing rings. That would explain it then. Regrettably, he had ample opportunity for his theft. Yesterday I caught the boy with the hat, Martin I suppose, peering in through the windows. I could have admonished him at the time, but, well, he seemed harmless. That's a shame. I hope the Baron won't be too put out. My lord is a man of some mean. He won't miss the gold or the ring. I do think he will be upset about the book. He was quite excited for the abbot to see it. In any case, I must finish preparing the horses. It was good talking to you, Andreas. Of course, I hope this rain lets up for you soon. God willing, until next time. Till then. You can get into the Abbot house that way. It's raining. Oh, this is wonderful. The rest of the abbey is soaked and there's not a drop of rain in here. Good thing the abbot had auto replace the roof to the scriptorium and the library last month. With the calefactory next door, we can stay warm while everyone else is cold and wet. Calefactory. Communal warming room in monasteries. Calefactories are usually attached to the cloister, but in Curacao, it is part of the old abbey, and therefore connected to the scriptorium. Keeps the monks warm and the library dry. Instead of bragging about our good fortune, you should think upon your brothers and sisters and pray for their health and safety. The abbot's foresight saved a lot of your work and protected what's in the library. The town hasn't fared well. Sure, they'll be fine. More importantly, if they're not, I don't care. Oh my god! Brother Guy, your heart is harder than the stone of this floor. Huh. We have the grumpy old monk, but where's the nice one? Brother Piero, haven't you seen him yet today? Did, before Brother Guy arrived. Brother Piero left to speak to the abbot some time ago. What? Why is Matthew ringing the bell? It can't be terse already. I pray it stops soon. Such a cacophony is an assault on my frail ears. Not stopping. I suppose this means we're being summoned to the chapter house. God, give me the strength to endure the rain. It's 50 feet, old man. You'll live. God, give me the strength to endure this, man. Still not stopping. What's going on? It can't be because of the storm. Should see what's the matter. What? What the fuck was that scream? Oh no. I think it's the Baron. He's been hurt. Please, Father. Where is the brother of Florian? Have him come quickly. Be silent, brother. Brother Florian, if you please. I'm sorry, Father. There's nothing to be done. He's dead. Ah! Sister Margaret, calm yourself. Sister Gertrude, please take Sister Margaret back to the garden. Yes, Mother Cecilia. God protect us. The Baron was a friend of the Prince Bishop of Racing. Why is he so worried about the Prince Bishop? This abbey is old in more than one way. Its existence offends some in the church. We are far enough from Rome, means that everyone forgets about us, but this could bring unwanted attention. Florian, how easily do you think you could dispose of this body? Father Abbot, what are you saying? Why are you questioning me? Why are you wasting precious time? Do you want to see the soldiers of the Prince Bishop march up to our steps and fling your brothers and sisters out of our home? Silence! Quiet! Calm yourselves, all of you. Father Abbot, Baron Rothvogel's manservant is already preparing to leave. The Baron's wife should be here in a matter of hours. This is not the time for rash decisions. Yes, you're right. Forgive me. But then, what will we do? We must send the Baron's man to the court of the prince. Bishop in freezing at once. Mother Cecilia, the Baron said the Prince Bishop's Archdeacon was in Innsbruck for the imperial diet. Even better, swift action will silence any whispers of impropriety on our part. Given the Baron's stature, the Archdeacon will undoubtedly come to investigate immediately. We must cooperate with him fully and pray for a speedy resolution. Yes, good. Thank you, Mother Cecilia. Brother Boleslav, please detain Brother Piero in the cellar until Prince Bishop's man arrives. What? Brother Piero? Why? Father Gurnet, I implore you to reconsider. He was caught in flagrant delicto, covered in blood with a knife in his hand. In blazing offense, indicating an individual has been caught in the act of committing a crime. Father, do you really believe that Brother Piero is capable of such a foul deed? Yes, capable enough when motivated by anger. I had no anger for the Baron. Father Abbot, I simply came across him like this. No anger? Not even for insulting your work and forcing us to give it to Andreas? This is not a subject for debate. When the Prince Bishop's man arrives, we must not be empty-handed. Even if Piero wanted to kill the Baron, he's not physically capable of the act. He can barely hold a brush, much less plunge a knife into a man's body. Be quiet. This is not your affair. It is my affair if you're going to make me part of Brother Piero's supposed motive. I am through debating this with you. My decision stands. Brother Washlav will detain Brother Piero in the cellar until I say otherwise. Brother Florian, please escort Andreas out of the abbey. Andreas, do not show your face here again until tomorrow. Do you understand me? This is ridiculous, but yes. Andreas, listen to me. I sympathize with you. I don't think Piero did this either, but this isn't the time to push the abbot. I'm sure the other brothers and sisters believe Piero is innocent as well, but the abbot is worried about the Prince Bishop's attention. If you have any recommendations, I'd love to hear them. Take a few hours to calm your nerves and your mind. You need to think clearly. Go to the Druckers, eat a good meal, and come back at noons. Which is noon-ish. We won't have much time, but tap on my window with a small stone and I'll let you in. Let me in for what? To examine the body. Examine the body? Text. Well then. Murder. Good day, Andreas. Back from the Abbey already. It's only noon. Andreas, are you alright? No. Something terrible has happened. Oh god, what happened? No. Forgive me. Come inside and sit down for a minute. Yes, this has been a difficult day. I could use a distraction. I have just the thing then. I'd like your opinion on my latest project. Good day, Andreas. Should I fix you a plate? It's not too much. It's not too much trouble. I'd appreciate it. It'd be my pleasure. This rain has got everyone's spirits down. Hopefully a good meal can cheer you up. Hello. Hello, Berthold. How are you? Sleepy. Come back to my workshop. I'm going to do a new run of Till Eulenspiegel. There was a printing a few years ago in Strasbourg, but it was awful. Almost bereft of illustrations. What do you think of these new ones? Ah! I like it. They look wonderful. Excellent work. Thank you. I'll be sure to let Marie know. Are these her woodcuts? Woodcuts? They are. Drawings were mine, but she did the block cuts. I've got enough talent to draw the designs, but only she can do the woodcuts and the type. Bless us, O Lord, and these gifts, your gifts, which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through Christ, our Lord. Amen. Amen. Hungry. Amen. Andreas, what were the bells for at the Abbey? They were sounding for a long time. A visiting nobleman, Lorenz Rothvogel, was found murdered in the chapter house. God in heaven. He just rode here by yesterday. Yes, and it gets worse. One of the elderly brothers I work with in the scriptorium, Piero, was accused of the crime. That's awful. A murder in Kiersau? How could a monk do such a thing? Sorry, Andreas. The Baron seemed like an interesting man, and I know that he's been a patron of the Abbey for years. How did he die? Could it have been an accident? And does the abbot really believe that Brother Piero killed him? You've always spoken of him in the kindest terms. It seemed like Lorenz had been stabbed, but I don't know. There was a lot of blood around him. But no, I can't believe Piero did it. I can't imagine him harming anyone. Stabbed? It's hard for me to imagine a monk doing that as well, but who knows? Oh, but could it have been one of the sisters? But if it wasn't Brother Piero, who do you think could have done it? I did see Lucky Steinauer get into a shouting argument with Lorenz yesterday, just before I walked by your place. Lucky? Why would he have cause to shout at a nobleman? Sausage. There's probably something else going on that you wouldn't know about, dear. What do you mean by that? I'm not one to trade gossip, but if you really want to know, talk to some of the other women in town. Or Mother Cecilia up at the Abbey. Why Mother Cecilia? I didn't realize she saw much of Tassing. Oh, there's no need for that. Lucky is a forthright man. I'm sure if you ask him, he'll tell you what the argument was about. Thank you both. That's good advice. There's something else, though. When Lorenz and I were walking through the meadow, the widow Kemperin, uh, Kempern, Kemperin came out of the woods and sat and... Yeah. Yes? Well, she cursed him. I'm not surprised. Alida's late husband, Rannig, ran afoul of Lorenz on his last visit to Tassing. I don't remember the details, but Rannig died just last year, and Otilla hasn't been the same since. She was always an old bitch, even before she was old. Klaus, that's enough. She's had to deal with the job's lot in life. With the Yog, maybe? And now she lives all alone at the edge of the woods. There are rumors she's gonna lose her property soon. You pity her, even if she is a bitter woman. There should be some exception in the law for her to inherit. That seems like it would be more just, yes. It wasn't always this way. I think my great-grandmother inherited this land way back when. Well, if men changed it, they can change it back. You're right, as always, my dear. Enough about Attila. Is there anyone else you think may have done it? I don't know if he has any ill intent, but Prior Ferenc has been acting strangely since the day Lorenz arrived. Perhaps an academic disagreement? I know they're both avid readers, and both of classics and new works. On his last visit, the Baron bought a book on astronomy for me. I know the Prior has some similar interests. But would the Prior kill someone over a simple disagreement? Depends on the nature of the disagreement. Many have killed or been killed for their beliefs. What is an opinion for some is a testament of faith for others, and worth killing for. That may be so, but I've never seen that sort of anger in Prior Ferenc. Not even when Gurnet was made abbot instead of him. Afterward, he just seemed bitter, but never violent. That just doesn't seem to be part of his character. So, Lucky, the widow, the Abbey Prior, anyone else? That's lucky. There was something strange when we approached the Abbey together. Mother Cecilia was outside with some of the sisters. Mother Cecilia scowled and took the nuns inside without saying a word. Sounds like they have a history, at least. I do not know Mother Cecilia personally, but I have never heard anyone speak badly of her. If she had cause to dislike the Baron, I must believe she had a good reason. Well, Andreas, it sounds like there's a lot to look into. Thank you for talking to me. I was feeling overwhelmed. You're always welcome here, Andreas, anytime. Yeah! You are especially welcome with this one. God be with you, Andreas. Thank you. Be good until I come back, Bernhold. I'll try. Bones. I have several E-lads to follow, but where should I start? I could talk to Lucky Steiner. He's probably working in front of his house. Steinauer. Widow Temperin South. Temperin Widow yeah. Franz Bauer. I clicked the thing. Yeah, I'm gonna examine the body. Ooh. Andrews, this way. There you are. I'm glad the storm didn't delay you. Now, even though I gave instructions that I was not to be disturbed, we must work quickly. Seeing a corpse up close can be unsettling for some. I hope you're up to it. Well, I'm not sure, but I want to help Piero. Good luck. Let your resolve steel you. Now then, you should probably take notes as we go. They might be useful for later. Ah, of course. I will begin by inspecting his interior, starting with the face and head. No visible wounds, no blemishes, teeth in good condition, nothing unusual. Neck, shoulders, and chest are ordinary. I need to clean some blood away to examine the torso. Yes, there it is. Puncture wound between the 6th and 7th ribs. It's fairly shallow, though. I estimate it penetrated only about an inch, and it likely came from his own hand. A Nuremberg inch or an Innsbruck inch? I'm not going to ask that question, because that seems stupid. But that doesn't sound deep enough to have killed him. It wasn't. It's likely incidental, received while falling on his own knife. He must have had some other wound that issued forth all the blood we found him in. Then surely this must mean that Brother Piero's innocent. It means it's incredibly unlikely that Brother Piero stabbed the Baron. It doesn't explain what actually killed the man. Brother Piero never should have picked up that knife. I'm sure the appearance of guilt never engrossed his mind. Now then, let's move on. Well, there's a sore on his sex. Probably from the French disease. I doubt it had anything to do with his murder. I'm not familiar with it. It was first discovered 20 years ago by French soldiers visiting brothels in Naples. Anyway, it seems the Baron was not the most faithful husband. Not uncommon among the nobility. Oh, so he has, like, herpes? I would expect a monk to be more shocked by this. Spent many years as a mercenary. Sex and death are common companions in the world. That world. Besides, sex isn't all that rare, even in an abbey. Between the brothers? It's not relevant to our examination, Andreas. Let's continue. Other than a few blisters on his feet from what I assume are new shoes, there's nothing wrong with his legs. Andreas, can you help me turn him over? Of course. There's a slight irregularity in his spine, possibly from an old injury. Don't think it has anything to do with how he died, though. How could that have happened? I have no idea. Whatever the reason, it didn't contribute to his death. Here it is. A rather dramatic head wound. The dark hair and the blood make it difficult to see, but it's quite bad. In my experience, I've never seen someone walk away from a head wound of this severity. How many head wounds have you seen? Too many and not enough. As grim as it sounds, there's always more to learn. Italian doctors try to examine as many corpses as they can to fully understand the mysteries of the body. Battlefields of Poland and Lithuania aren't as ideal as a learning environment as the University of Bologna, but they did provide an education of sorts. Bologna, one of the largest cities in Italy, Bologna has a center of the arts for centuries. Has been a center of the arts for centuries. It houses a well-known university which was home to both Dante and Petrarch. Why didn't you study medicine in university? My family was too poor to ever consider it. Mercenary work was my way off the farm. The wound looks like it was caused by a single powerful blow from a blunt object, probably no more than 4 or 5 inches across. How can you tell? The skull is, cracked in a single spot, and there's a clear impression in the skin around it. It would take extraordinary precision to hit the same spot twice, unless the Baron were already dead. It's likely he didn't die immediately. How long could he have survived for? I've seen similar injuries in battle. The victims don't last for more than a few minutes, but it's an agonizing death. Even so, he couldn't have wandered from where the blow was first struck. Or far from where the blow was first struck. So he may not have been attacked in the chapter house? He was either attacked in the chapter house or someplace in the immediate area. Cloister? Yes, that's possible. The cloister connects directly to the chapter house, but there's a high risk of being seen. Anyway, whatever killed the Baron was a blunt instrument of considerable heft. The part that impacted him was likely a little smaller than a fist. Could it actually have been a fist? Huh, no. I don't think the strongest soldier could do this with a punch, unless the Baron's head were pressed to the ground. Even then, we would also see the damage to his nose or forehead. Could a woman or elderly person have done it? Anyone could have, given the right weapon and sufficient height. Whoever did this must have caught the Baron unaware. Save the small knife wound, he has no other injuries. I suppose that he was struck, drew his knife to defend himself, and fell on it before Brother Piero discovered him. So, I believe we've discovered 2 important things. Piero didn't stab the Baron, and even if he had, that isn't what killed him. Indeed, though it may take more to convince the Archdeacon of Brother Piero's innocence. And we also know that the Baron was killed by a blow to the head from a heavy blunt object. Now you just need to find the blow, what caused the blow, and learn who struck it. Oh, there's one other item of interest. I found it in the Baron's jacket, but didn't want to open it without you. Note of some kind. I trust you to open it more carefully than I would. What does it say? The girl who died and the innocent with her. Barton's chapter. The girl? What girl? What innocent? Guess is as good as mine. Fortunately, I don't have much faith in my guesses. Can you tell who wrote it? Possible that they're Swiss, maybe German or Austrian. It's a highly refined Gothic script. As good as Adic and Guy are, I don't think they could replicate this. What? Really, if not them, then who? I intend to find out. I wish you good luck finding the answer now. Sorry to rush you out, but I must ask you to leave. Every minute you stay here is an additional Brother Florian, or Brother Florian, would you open up? It's Werner Stoltz, the physician from Tassing. Yes, I'm in the middle of something. Could you return after supper? I'm afraid I can't wait. Father Gurnet asked me to examine the Baron's body. Alright, just give me a moment. To hide yourself. You're not supposed to be in the Abbey until tomorrow, remember? Right, but why does it matter if Werner knows I'm here? Fine. Ah, Dr. Stoltz, sorry to keep you waiting. Now, what did you need? The abbot wanted me to examine the Baron's body before his wife arrives. Seems unnecessary at this point, as I've just completed my own examination. Well, then what's the harm of letting me take a look? Dr. Stoltz, with all respect, I finished. The cause of death is clear. If you had arrived an hour ago, I would have had no problem with your assistance. Assistance? I'm a university-trained physician. I can examine a corpse on my own without the help of battlefield sawbones. Regardless of your opinions regarding my abilities, the examination is finished. You insist on inspecting the body anyway? I must insist that the abbot tells me himself. What? Making me bring the abbot here is just a waste of time. Those performing an examination on this corpse immediately after one was just completed. Idiotic. I'll return with Father Gurnet presently. That was close. Now quickly leave through the cloister before they return. Of course. Thank you, Brother Florian. Think nothing of it. See you tomorrow. Till then. Eat. Find someone to eat with. Can't get that note out of my head. The girl who died and the innocent with her. What did it mean? Who wrote it? Hmm. Thank you, doggy. Ah, Master Maller, would you care to share supper at my table? I would like to talk to you about my late husband. My Lady Rothvogel, I would be honored to break bread with you. Thank you, please sit. Bless us, O Lord, and these your gifts which we are about to receive from your bounty. Through our Christ our Lord. Amen. Find myself rather out of place here, without the comfort of the Baron. Thank you for agreeing to share a meal with me, Master Maller. Of course, the honor is mine. It is a terrible thing what happened to the Baron. It has given me the shock of my life, trying to find comfort where I can, my ladies and lord. Not that there is much comfort to be found in these cold and dreary alpine towns. Lorenz and I had meant to take a tour of them before returning home to Worms, but, well, turn we shall. But not as you'd hope. No, certainly not. It is only by Christ's grace that I will see this through. Though Lorenz has given me my fair share of troubles in the years of our marriage, I never would have wished for such an end for him, for anyone. I pray his immortal soul has found peace in death that has so eluded him in life. Are you married yourself, Master Maller? A woman awaits for me in Nuremberg. When I finish my work here, we will be wed. Do you not look forward to the responsibilities of marriage, Master Maller? Perhaps it's no surprise you and Lorenz became fast friends. I imagine he saw something of you in himself. Rarely have I met someone with such a depth of knowledge and a thirst for debate. His thirsts were not limited to his scholarly pursuits, regrettably. His lusts for drink and women once afflicted him with great remorse, though such shame faded with time. Lorenz was a flawed man. His various infidelities were no secret to me. But are we not all flawed before Christ? Truman, too. I loved him as a wife should properly love her husband, but I would not say that we were friends. I only hope his appetites are not what led him to this end. I've been searching myself for the answer to that quandary. Were you and Lorenz so close that you would trouble yourself so? My motivation is personal. My mentor, Brother Piero, was found with the Baron's body. I do not believe he killed your husband. If not him, then who? There are many possibilities, both here at the Abbey and in town. Your husband managed to cultivate many enemies in his short time. Does sound like Lorenz. He was a man of many opinions, and he gave them freely, to all who would listen, and some who would not. The previous abbot, Father Matthias, seemed to appreciate that about him. This new abbot is perhaps more concerned. Father Matthias was an open-minded man, from all I've heard, a true scholar. Father Gurnet doesn't share Matthias's passion for the written word, yet endures the expense of it. To be put in such a position would make any man unhappy. I understand. I wonder what he will make of Lorenz's gift to the Abbey. What gift was this? It seemed to be a little thing of more interest and value to my husband and the former abbot than Father Gernot. Or whatever. He had found a book about the history of Tassing. He believed it contained some scandalous details. He said it corroborated fears Father Matthias had expressed, but he didn't share the particulars with me. Was the appearance of the book peculiar or noteworthy in any way. It was neither large nor small, bound in blue leather. Unfortunately, I never examined it closely. My apologies. Sorry I can't be of more help. I have some education, but I lack my husband's thirst for knowledge. If you find the book, hopefully its significance will be apparent. God wills it. Do you plan on staying in Tassing long? Only so long as it takes the Archdeacon to investigate my husband's murder. Though the circumstances of my time here are dire, I'm in no hurry to return. Why is that, I may ask? I shouldn't... I see a glimmer now of what Lorenz saw in you. You are a disarming man, Master Mallory, and much too easy to talk to. To be frank, I do not know what will become of me when I return to Worms. My title and residence may be in jeopardy. Lorenz and I have a son, but he is young yet. I don't know many of the legalities, only that my position is at some risk. You're in a difficult position, my lady. I will pray for your happiness. As will I, Master Mallory. Sorry to cut our conversation short, but I fear I must rest. Thank you for having me at your table. Be well, Master Mallory. And whatever anyone says of my husband, I'm certain he appreciated your friendship. Compline. Don't think I can do much here. Hmm. Well, I think once I hit sleep here, I'm going to end the stream. Consider me invested in this game. I am completely sold on it. Oh, maybe. Ender. Good morning. Oh, it's not morning. The middle of the night, Ursula. How did you get out of bed? I've... See. Haha. Would you like me to tell you a story? Would that help you sleep? Hmm. How about the black cockerel that terrorized a city with a single egg? You know your brother, Big York, keeps his hens to lay eggs. Well, in the city of Basel, there was a black cockerel that didn't belong to anyone. It just strutted up and down the streets and scared little boys and girls, pecking at them when they got too close. Cockerels can't lay eggs, but this one did, right in the middle of town. And the people were scared because that could mean only one thing. Cockerel had laid a basilisk egg. Basilisk is half cockerel, half snake. Everything it touches or even looks at withers and dies. The wealthy people of Basel used mirrors so they didn't have to look directly at the cockerel, and they tried to reach the egg before it could hatch. But no matter how they tried to get the egg, the cockerel pecked at them and beat them back. When the basilisk finally hatched, the people prayed to God for salvation. And within an hour, a knight with a shining shield rode up. That's why basilisk statues are all over Basel. Well, so with that, I will end the stream. So, thank you guys for watching. This game is really good so far. Heavily enjoying the story. It's got me hooked. I might stream this again tomorrow on Saturday, depending on how I feel. But yeah, I'm certainly sold on this game. And yeah, thank you all for watching. I hope you all have a great night. Take care. Bye-bye.